Okay, should be live here. Cool. Today is technically a holiday, but I said I'd stream for 2 weeks. Quite tired today. I figured we're gonna get some stuff done anyways. Oops. Let me clean up the screen real quick. And we will. Oh, right. I forgot to clean that. Check one last thing. Hang on, folks. That's good enough, I think. Yeah, we're good. I'll switch this over. Cool. So here's the plan for today. We pretty much just have to make sure I didn't break anything with the optimizer fixes. Check the new version of Protein. And I think we're okay. I think that's pretty much all we need to do. So we're going to do shorter stream today. We're ahead of schedule. Maybe we'll do a couple other things, but I want to keep it focused on the new update. I don't want to really branch out or do anything else. Let's go check our experiments first. I did have this nice little breakout sweep. What the heck happened here? Why is this being weird? Oh. Let's see what this has done. Hello, Liberty. And hey, Finn. 5-0s needs to be out this summer, Finn. The goal is pretty much to not just keep putting more and more crap into it. I don't literally need to have it released in 2 weeks. I just want to have all the core research done in 2 weeks. But it'll be out this summer. And if you want to play with it during your internship, it will be plenty stable by then as well. Welcome, Jess. Move this so I can actually see. Yeah, there. Maybe like this. Ah. Just started. What the fuck is this? Alright, there we are. Cool. So I can actually just... Billion self-play. Yeah. Y'all need to clean that shit up for me. Okay. Beta 1 not found. Ah. Damn it. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. I renamed some parameters. This is really annoying. Alright. I hope this data is reasonable. This seems fine to me. Could we compare this to before? Oh yeah, also is this... I forget if I'm sweeping... Okay, so this is not sweeping curriculum. Yeah, so this is actually... This is a good clean experiment. Sweeps not using the target metric. That's really fucking bad if that's the case. Did you PR something for that? Because that's really fucking bad. Is that new in 4.0? Because we have active work that would impact in 3.0. I would assume I introduced that in 4.0 by mistake. Yeah. That's RF what? Oh. Actually, that doesn't mess up anything in Puffer 4 based on our current work. It would mess stuff up if it's in 3. Okay, so this is... We get to compare these two. .29, but then most of the sweep is slower. Oh, because I ran the sweep on a different box. I see. 0.29. 8 was this 56? And then we got a 3.85, 76 mil. And what we got these 861 and 4.6. I think this is reasonable. 3 seconds. I think this is pretty reasonable, right? I don't see anything super broken. Looks pretty close to comparable. The main thing is that I need to test protein, so we can test protein based on this. This is good enough. It's in 3 as well. Fuck. February. Okay, yeah, that's really bad. I'm gonna have to. Can you like submit me a patch or something, like or something, because that actually impacts ongoing work in 3. Luckily, it's work from the last couple of days, but it's very relevant to Puffer 5. That's actually a very helpful catch. Thank you. I'd be kind of surprised if I fucked that up in 3. I would not be surprised at all if I didn't catch that in the 4 port. Hmm. Oh, wait, I do have this, don't I? I have an extra box. I forgot about that. That's very nice, actually. I have an extra box. Because, unfortunately, our multi-GPU box, one of them is down. And, a person who's usually there to reboot it has not replied to my messages. 0, the one I was on. There was a problem on one of the GPUs. I probably should have just disabled that one GPU, but I rebooted it because it always comes back after I reboot it. It's set up to do that, and this time it didn't. No, these ones have AMD chips. This is the PR we're gonna look at. Oh, wait. Wait, this is not a huge improvement at all, is it? Yeah, this is tiny. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, so this is actually not a big deal then, is it? Yeah, this is very stupid because protein is based on this. I mean, carbs is based on this. Protein is based on carbs, and now this fucking puts this stupid thing back. Protein is cost aware as well. Okay, interesting. This is also not how you use this is not how you use sweeps either. Okay, so there's some ideas in here, but this is not such a massive thing that I need to be worried about this for the time being. This was Jess. Luke is the author of Heavy Ball. He made it seem like it was way he made it seem like it was way, way, way better. This is like a very small change. Oh wait, this is log scale? Yeah, but this is still like this is still not huge. Okay, that actually saves me some time. Um yeah, this is the good one. Oh, hang on, Jess. How frequent are the actions? Does it matter if you just do one action per turn? Yeah, I think you just multi-discrete it. You don't want to have like repeated like you probably just want the 3 actions though. You probably don't want to swap it across like, just give it the same thing several times over. Turns. Yeah, I guess if you run the game, how fast is it? Because I think the game that thing is based on, Jess, the game that thing is based on is kind of like real-timey. So depending on how real-timey it is, it might not matter if you only do 1 per turn. Get back to this. At least let me get... We alive? Stupid internet's just been awful the last few days. It just randomly cuts out like a couple times an hour for a second or two. Hello, welcome. I'm just running some tests on 2048 at the moment, and I pretty much just want to verify some changes that I made. We have some other M's that we need to start playing around with. Oops, let's go do something real quick. Now we have this running. I think we are going to spend the first hour here just fucking around with a couple things here, and then maybe we'll also start on, do we want to do Inferno or Boxabon? Where's Tim, actually, with Boxabon? Did he get me a PR? Let me just at him on the Discord. All right. Let me read some of Valo's messages. I sent some messages. Cool. Got this. And we got this. Let us this is my other box. This is a 4-0 merge. I see. Mm-hmm. 16 bits is obs. You get the current 16 bits. Has it been a good test for you for stuff? I guess I'll have to just play with it, right, and run some experiments and see if it's a nice test done for stuff. We're looking for things where we can really kind of show the new algorithms off. Any reputable work in robust trading agents? We do a little bit of that work. We do a little bit of work in that space professionally. Details of that are not public. I'm trying to think if there's anything open. We do some stuff in commerce that is open source with Archive. Finance stuff other than us, I don't really know of. Maybe the big firms have it, but I don't think there's really any public stuff that makes sense at the moment on that. Fairly sparse. All right. Well, I'll give that a try when it's ready. Convert. We also have a whole bunch of M's I need to just pull in for 5.0, don't I? Yeah, 5.0 is state sets. Okay, this needs a port. That's fine, we can port this. codecs on this. Yeah, I don't know why it's all the fucking npm packages. Awful. Huh? No idea. Some bullshit they need. Do that. Okay. So the point of this is I just want to see if this does way better before my optimizer changes. We'll leave this running. And I've got check billing plan. How do you log into this stupid thing? Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, login doesn't work. Great, this shit doesn't work. Probably not a great way to do that authentication, OpenAI. Okay. Okay. What I wanted to do. And hopefully this does better. We will see. And annoyingly, these experiments take long enough that I'm probably going to have to run a few of these. Even though they take half an hour each, we will see. Incremental PR hits 20 mil SPS with breakout hypers. Can I redirect this PR? This might be getting better with this one, we'll see. Incremental will be a cool test. I just want to pull Tim's changes into 5.0 and then update it to the state set API, make sure we don't break anything, and you start using his env to test 5.0. This is quite promising. I have a million notifications. What? Hmm. And I think that's it. God damn it. Yeah, memers. Anything important? Any cool research I missed? I saw the really cool object detection stuff where a guy literally just annotated 2 million things on his own. He got this completely wrong. It's scientist and engineer, not researcher and engineer. Researcher was the correct one. Science and engineering are approaches. Research is the actual what you're doing. So Valo says he's pushing ends up tonight, which will be very nice. And then those will be all the ends that we need for Puffer 5. Well, regardless of what people have changed the word, like, I don't care if people have changed the fucking word. That's what it means. I was talking to somebody earlier who said foundation model to just mean model. To state set ready. Yeah, so simple envs, you can just get it converted if you have it reference the existing simpler ones. You do have to make sure it doesn't screw stuff up. But it's a very simple deterministic, like, it's basically a change with no ambiguity in it. Interesting. Liberty, I literally, the only reason I switched to Codex is because I was, like, marginally less annoyed about giving OpenAI money than Anthropic. That's literally it. It's not that deep. Coding is cool. I mean, the stuff I do is much more niche, right? This is research. Like, this is not always meant to be particularly interesting or entertaining, right? Or even educational. All of that is secondary to getting the research done. At the moment, that means fucking with a bunch of envs, integrating some crap, and running some very slow, tedious experiments manually. That's pretty much it. Like, there's probably not really going to be any real programming happening um, for a while until I finish core experiments, right? I'm glad to see that the protein changes were not massive, and actually somebody making that graph saved me a lot of time in figuring that out, because I wouldn't have even seen the difference the way I would have done it. Actually, just one of the things I felt like doing at some point was making like who was it? Was it Anish or was it who submitted the whack-a-mole env? I think it was Anish, right? Wanted to make like a better aim trainer style env. And then use it to test the entity encoder as well as continuous action spaces. We still don't have any solve rate on 65k. Little concerning. Mutable board. Yes. Okay. This is almost done. It's very jumpy, isn't it? If this gets like 16k versus if this gets 14k, I'm gonna have to do different things. It'll save me a lot of effort if this just gets 16k. We'll see. I made some optimizer tweaks that I thought should be quite safe. Yeah, add a tab just to be sure. Hello, Tim. I am actually in the process of incorporating your Boxabon env right now with settable state. I'm going to have this thing tested. I'll clean it up a little bit. And I will be using this for 5.0 research. So thank you very much. Yeah, that'll be a very nice env. I see. We'll do a diff, obviously, before we merge this. We'll make sure it's a minimal diff. Messing with score and perf there. No, it's just pasting. This isn't just pasting the existing crap. Because it doesn't have access to a direct editor for whatever dumb reason. Don't worry, I'm gonna just run a diff versus the previous, obviously. So basically this is because you sent your PR to 4.0, I'm just pulling it into 5.0, and then I'm gonna have and then I'm gonna get the state sets on it and make sure this is done correctly. And also test it versus the original so it's not broken and stupid. And then I'm gonna run your config on incremental. And then I'm going to compare it to the 5.0 algorithm. That's the general idea. Okay, so I guess it's just volatile then, huh? Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Well, it's not expected that you find a good config on that incremental problem with 4.0, right? Why would you expect to have something good with that? That's like stupid sparse exploration problem. You probably will need 5 to solve that. Buffer is magic, but there are limitations to the wizardry. It's actually kind of funny. So for the folks watching, the thing that I expect to happen very soon with Puffer 5 and 6 is we're basically going to have a lot of these really toy-looking problems where we're just solving different versions of mazes and little puzzles and things. And people outside the space are going to just be like, oh yeah, whatever, this is nothing. And then pretty much overnight, Puffer is just going to solve a ton of unsolved, like actually crazy hard looking problems. And all the people outside of the space are going to go, well, what the heck? Where did this come from? But for us, it's very, very expected. because essentially all these little problems that we're doing, they have one-to-one mappings to the core unsolved problems in RL and the core algorithmic deficiencies that are holding the field back. So as soon as we have these working, like, we pretty much should just be able to hard full solve a lot of stuff. That's the expectation. Because, like, mazes, right? Different permutations of these mazes map to state exploration and credit assignment. And they're very, very robust tests of these problems. And these problems show up in sort of harder to see, but core. These problems sort of limit your learning on other more involved environments, but in a way that's a lot harder to disentangle from everything else that's going on. We have quite a lot of them, Jess. I just have to merge them in. I've heard recently of some pretty crazy stuff being done with Puffer as well. Not yet public, but soon. If the object detection guy on Twitter, if that's true, that's awesome. Hello. Morning. If plans. I mean, our plans are pretty much public. It's just that, like, they require some level of background to understand. Lag spike. We back? Yeah, just lag spike. We're good. What are we going after today? Nothing much. Today's kind of a tired day. The 10K was just awful this morning. Just kind of is tired. But we're gonna pull in Boxabon. Val's got some other ends for us to pull in as well. We're running some confirmation checks on a few things that I changed. We're prepping some sweeps. And we're pretty much just getting ready to, like, fully test the new algorithm. And we're gonna essentially see whether we need to change it at all. Is there anything we need to modify with it, or if it just works. DM the plans. What, never upload all your plans into a unlisted YouTube video? Maybe. I'm definitely writing a blog post. I honestly don't even have concrete plans yet for Puffer 6, because it depends on the algorithmic outcome of 5. I, like, in my head, right, I know there's one additional problem remaining we haven't solved yet that I have a collaboration on that's showing very good results. I know there's some system stuff that we have to do. There's some general usability crap we have to deal with. And then there's some benchmarking ends that we need. But in my mind, I really don't think we're that far away from having mature, robust, always works RL. What problem? I'm keeping the other exploration stuff private for a few more days because it's still part of a collab. That may or may not even end up in 5. 4x algorithmic deficiencies. Wait, what do you mean the 4x algorithmic deficiencies? 4x? Is this from one of my articles? I don't remember listing precisely 4. I said 4. I think I said the No, yeah, that's not what I meant if I did. It's not that there are 4 deficiencies. There are a few deficiencies in Puffer 4 that we still need to correct. Dealing with a trading agent. Converging to shortcuts. What do you mean to shortcuts? Do nothing local minima. That usually means that you have a very screwy reward that's putting a lot of pressure on it to not do anything. I can't speak to if you're using vanilla PPO, there's all sorts of crap that can be wrong, but if you're using something actually solid like Puffer, well, I mean, don't mean like Puffer, basically just Puffer. There's really not an alternative that's as stable as this. But if you're doing it with Puffer and you're getting some weird shortcuts, almost every single time it's because you've set up the env problem wrong. Almost every time. Wait. Huh? What? Timmy, you put a 5-second config in here? Why did you put a 5-second config? Why can't I type? Like... Do you have a config that gets non-zero perf, man? Like any sort of fast-ish config that gets non-zero perf? Like, I wanted you to do the breakout one just to test to make sure that it can be fast. I didn't mean commit the exact breakout config if it gets 0 score, though. I need something that learns something. When I strip all of them out except trading, I still get lazy policies. Yeah, man, it's tough to know without seeing your code. I will tell you, at least in Puffer, it's almost always like sim engineering problem. There are a few legitimate cases where Puffer can fail, but I mean, pretty much every single time people tell me stuff like this, they've done something screwy with the sim. The 401 is probably the best. Hang on. Give me a Buxaban config. Oops. Jesus, man, that's a long config, though. Difficulty, so I keep the env here, right? And then I do this crap. Like this. Good to hear. Yeah, I mean, like a year ago, right? There's all sorts of stuff it could have been, but now our RL is just pretty solid. Oh, that's not bad. 6 minutes. And it's already learning a little bit. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, I remember that, Jess. That was like... Everybody got one shot by that crap for years until there was a paper that basically showed that they don't exist. This was like 2016-ish, I think. And then it took a few years for everybody to stop making up that bullshit. But it was pretty much the RL version of like, oh, bad juju or whatever. It's like astrology for ML people. They just use that as the reason whenever anything didn't work. I know, Liberty. I use it sometimes. I find it kind of clunky, though. Uh, I mean, most of the model not learning what you want is you didn't actually specify what you wanted the way you thought you did. Like I said, there are a couple problems still left with Puffer, but if you've actually run a hyperparam sweep and your env is well specified, pretty damn good. This is 5 levels, Tim, right? And nothing solves all 5? This is like the incremental one? What the heck class was that, Jess? Did you have a class on phrasing wishes for malevolent genies? Nothing makes a dent on level 3. I see. So basically, this is gonna get to... Actually, why is it scaled like this? Shouldn't this perf number be 0.4? Why does it have an episode return of 2.3? Oh, is perf giving it partial credit for targets hit or something? You have a 10 trillion run. Jesus. Well, so if I just can solve this instantly, it'll be very impressive, right? $4050's hard coding. Okay, that's really good news, Arch. Thank you very much. That actually helps me a ton. If you'd like to set us a PR for four or five, even four actually, we should probably just backport. That would be awesome. Heck, you can PR it to both if you want. That's very useful. I can kill this because this is all it's gonna do. And then what we're gonna do here, this. So we're gonna take these params. Yeah, we're gonna take these parameters here. I'm gonna stick these down here. Fucking hell. Eh? Yeah. Does anybody see anything wrong with this? There's like a weird new line somewhere. Look at the first line. I don't see anything. Wait. Oh, idiot. There. Wrong file. If this stays on 0 score, it's just bad hypers. We'll see. Oops. That's funny. That's funny as fuck. Yeah. Bling Canteen, what? Let's see if this does anything. Are we alive? Can we get usable internet for once? Jeez. I think we're back. Stupid though, man. So annoying. A lot of streams due to super. Hey Nish. Oh, that's a Nish. My bad. Yeah, it's going well. 5.0's going quite well. We're still testing out the core algorithm. We've got some things to evaluate still. I'm playing around with Boxabon. I'm playing around with a few small optimizer tweaks. We definitely need to see more, like, we need to see this algo on more problems. Please go on Dorkish for a Blackboard lecture. Oh, jeez. I'd have to, like, man, I'd have to, like, actually remember how to write on a blackboard. A lot of stuff I could talk about, sure. He messaged me one time a long time ago something, and then I think that, like, dropped off. I don't know. Dude, what is wrong with the fucking internet today? Holy crap. Like, what is wrong with the internet? Huh. That'd be fun. Stream did not lag on my end. Hopefully it's buffering something then, because like I'm very consistently seeing drop frames for a couple seconds every 10 minutes. I'm a little disappointed that this doesn't just solve right out of the box. Tim, can I start it from level 3 somehow? Like, is there a way I can start from level 3? do a PhD? And you realize I'm not a professor, right? I can't give PhDs out. You can basically learn all the stuff from here without even having to do all the academic bullshit, though. Borrow your PhD. Well, uh, so Tim, what does it do? Um, does that start you on? Does that give you 2 levels, or does that start you on? Well, it was set to diff 5. What does that do? Oh, then that's not what I wanted. Wait, incremental is diff 5. Diff 2 only loads mediums. And then int r coef, this is the reward shaping, right? If I do this, what happens? Preference score different for incremental. Gotcha. So what happens on medium? What happens on medium is you literally never solve a puzzle, right? Well, I wasn't checking if it's working worse, man. It looks like you literally solve 0 puzzles. I've not seen score go above 0 ever. I can't get 4.0 working. Well, I guess 3, but you're not going to get good SPS on, like, garbage hardware. You can go rent a $300 GPU off of Vast for, like, 5 cents an hour with Puffer 4, and it'll be way faster than your Mac. It's just not serious hardware. I do see this episode length. I see episode length dip a little bit every so often. Does this mean it's getting a solve? I used to get 800k SPS on M3 Max. 800k on what? Recommend against getting into academia? I only recommend people do PhDs who know that they want to do PhDs. I don't ever suggest anybody who's not sure if they want to get a PhD to get a PhD. Getting one random solve, then why doesn't score go up? Why doesn't score go up, Tim? Because one random solve should be enough for it to learn things on... Should be enough for it to learn something. 0.1 perf. Yeah, I'm not seeing it ever solve. So we can't learn from literally no signal. I mean, I can try one map, but I doubt that that's the issue, right? Oh, there's no setting for the number of maps here, dude. Oh, wait, no, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Where are the maps? There actually is not a map setting. I mean, we shouldn't need that, though. Mm. Is it really that hard to solve, like, a single medium? Damn, there is actually a gap here, isn't there? Yeah, but, like, we literally just need one solve, Tim. Like, it needs to solve one map once, and then Puffer can learn. $6K on YouTube? That's nice. No, this is the incremental here. With 8 actions. Well, Kinvert, if you can never so with the current Puffer 5 algorithm, you have to at least be able to get a signal once. So if it's so sparse that you can never get any signal, then you can't learn anything. There's something separate I'm working on for that. But for now, you need to solve something. Hello, Valo. Welcome. Just testing some Puffer 5 things. It's solving 4 levels. Well, that doesn't help, Convert. Like, if you started at level 5, like, if you started at 5 and you run it, and it can never get any reward on 5, right? Yeah, Volo, if you get me an Inferno PR with like to 5, I'd be very happy to start playing with it. It'd be nice. Level +1. Well, we're looking like we're getting close to the same performance as the reward-shaped one without the reward shaping. That's cool. I don't know if you already had this, but yeah, look at this. We're gonna solve to score 2 without shaping. All right, thanks, Volo. That helps. Doesn't look like it's done learning. Yeah, but it would need to get a lucky solve on like the 3rd level or whatever, wouldn't it? Let me try something else. I'm gonna try something else here. We'll go like this. Yeah. .4. So all we need is I just need signal once, Tim. Maybe a few times. But like it's not Puffer should be very good, especially on like a static setup. It should be very, very good if you just give it a little signal. We'll see. Okay, so to summarize for folks, this window here, we are running some ablations on some small optimizer tweaks that I made. The window on the right, we are running Tim's Sokoban environment, and we are integrating state sets, and we're seeing if we can get any signs of life there. And then over off on the other monitor with Discord, I'm waiting on Volo. Once I'm done with this, Volo will probably have a PR up for Inferno. Inferno is another nice sparse exploration task for us to play with. So we'll see if that works. Solving most of the level below it takes a bit for it to start learning the next. It hits a new level threshold where it's solving most of it. It takes a bit for it to start learning the next. With Puffer 5, it shouldn't, Tim. Like, in the sense of basically when it hits a new level and it happens to solve it once, that's enough for it to start learning, even if it's not consistently solving the previous level yet. What else do we have to do in the meanwhile? You can check what's going on lately with PRs. Path buffer. This is a fucking bot. That's hilarious. Great. Do we have a ban? Block user. That looks good. Report content. Can we do this? Select a category. Oh, this doesn't even link you. That's annoying. Shitty form. Block it. Block. Yay, our first block. Uh, what did Bet fuck with here? Are you shitting me, Bet? What the hell? I'm not reading this. Holy LLM bet. Plus 400 lines to... Yeah, I'm not reading this. What the fuck? Hello, Alok. Welcome. Aurora Impel was... we merged this in already. Oh, BF16. Thank you, Spencer. I wanted this. File changes. Source. This is a nice PR. Yep, this is a very nice PR. Uh, mm, uh-oh. That's annoying, but I can fix that. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. Thank you. This is unfortunate. We still don't solve. Let me try one other. So I don't think that, I don't think you actually get any random solves with this, so I would be surprised if you do get any signal out of this. I've been told that this is good. Arch's PR is good here. I've already been told this is good and this works. Oh, this is a lot. No, actually, this is fine, isn't it? Okay, this is not an insta-merge. This I will get this in, but I have to review this more. I'm not doing other stuff. That will take some dedicated effort to get in. It's, um, I forget how the moderator positions work, but like, sure. That's actually a nice little integration. I'm gonna have to look at it more when I do that. Okay, this is what we need this. Yeah, we have some good PRs open here. We have some very useful PRs open. And this I already merged manually. So yeah, I have good PRs open to do. What do we have here? Zeros, right? This seems odd to me. So hang on, wait. Tim has said that you can technically get... Tim has told me you can technically get a solve. on the third level of the incremental difficulty. Hmm. Into our reward. I'm trying to think if that helps or hurts. I guess let me try that real quick. That's actually a fine thing to test, I'd say. Let's do this and this with our state sets. Maybe that's enough sparsity. I mean, enough sparsity reduction. Yeah, I think that's probably the case, Tim. The problem is, at least with the current algorithm, you need to solve it randomly at least once. And, like, honestly, I don't even think there is a reasonable... I don't think there is a reasonable algorithm that will solve this from scratch. Because even if you do state exploration, like, every configuration of boxes is a separate state. So you have a shit ton of states. There's no way to link box on target equal good. I guess you do need the intermediates, maybe. And we'll see if this does anything. I mean, Sokoban's an interesting problem for those reasons, though. Silver's paper has solved it with convnets. Work on coverage. It would help certain mazes, Jess, but Boxoban is tough. Like, the Sokoban thing, because there's not really a good measure of progress in some sense. I think we might have to slightly reformulate one of the rewards, and then maybe we can do it. Tim, is incremental like a fixed set of 5 mazes, or is it a random difficulty maze for each, like, size or whatever? You can't reliably detect if it's stuck, Brom. There's no there's no reasonable way to detect that. I have a couple ideas if I'm allowed to screw with that reward a little bit. Flex a random maze for the difficulty is on. Okay, that's better. So in fact, I don't think then we even need to do... So difficulty 2, so wait, the mazes that it's getting stuck on here are the same as the mazes when you set difficulty to 2, right, Tim? Is that correct? But can you just confirm so that the mazes, it's getting stuck on the level here, like it's not solving the mazes that are the same as the one, okay. So we can just set difficulty 2 then. After this, we'll set difficulty to 2. I have ideas. Yeah, this is kind of just mazes, but way harder. Yeah, I need to look at your reward. I'll do that in a second. Actually, can I just, like... How do these intermediates work? I see. Yeah, I have a way I have something I want to try with this. Let me commit this current thing first. Internet. That was a long one. Why do we pay for this crap again? Stupid internet. Okay, that's good. Now what we do... I really gotta figure out this internet crap. I don't know why. It keeps chopping up my streams. It's messing with the viewer experience. I know. I'm in California. And it's just always been crap. I guess I could switch providers. Just so ass. Most expensive goddamn state can't even have stable internet. It's not in 5 yet, Jess. It will take me a bit of work to merge. It touches some stuff that I have to, like, look at. That's funny as hell. 3-0, 4-0 Borked. Yep. Cool. Check bots. Only 4. Wait, 5-2. Long time ago. When did 2 go offline? Fuck. Stupid shit, man. I want to see if this just immediately solves or not. Well, actually, we can try both. So, let me explain what's happening over here with these experiments. I made several optimizer changes, and you can't like really rerun all the experiments for changing a couple small things with the optimizer. Side monitor update. That's funny. 200 million mining XP. Uh, this is on leagues. Just been sitting there for the last 2 weeks. Let me explain the optimizer stuff. So, um, we added we added Polar Express, which is a new method of orthogonalizing matrices for the gradients. That is supposed to be a strict upgrade to muon. We changed the way that we compute the slices of like the weights to orthogonalize for Mingru. That should be a straight upgrade. There was also a small change with learning rate that should be a straight upgrade. And then the one thing that was sketchy is we pulled in one change from the Aurora optimizer. And it seems that there's a perf regression, though it could just be noise. So I'm isolating that right here, running the baseline, the new thing, and then the new thing without Aurora. Now this looks way worse, though. Okay, that's not super useful data, is it? Fuck. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to trust the sweep on breakout. Because this is not super useful information. Yes, you technically do, Tim. But like this was not like a change on the level of replace Atom with Muon. This was a couple of very small numerical changes that are very well motivated and should just be strictly good. They can technically shift hypers a little bit. I suppose I could now go test, maybe I should just run breakout sweep again with this. Maybe that's a good use of this machine. I think so. We'll just compare breakout with and without this Aurora change. Oh, actually, let me look. Rho greater than C. That could mess with breakout, yeah. So we'll have to leave this, we'll let this run. Let it do this, and we're gonna try Boxabon. What's Pufferlib about? Ultra high performance reinforcement learning. We do infrastructure, high perf simulation, or algorithmic research, the works. It's all open source. We have the fastest tools in existence in this space. Ugh, you can't. Yeah. I think you're gonna see more crazy shit like that. This was kind of the Fireball article I wrote. Like, sufficiently good RL is gonna find some shit that just seems impossible. Pretty good, right? Okay. This one. Ay, 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 ay. We definitely have to fix these. Now. What did I put this on? Oops. This is the incremental one. Alright, we'll see what this learns. Since this is a random selection of puzzles, I expect this to do better. We'll see. Um, I mean, it's a hard problem, Tim. It kind of depends. I guess what you could say is that I'm seeing whether it makes sense for it to be able to learn in 6 minutes right now. I will say this is an end where if our state sets work, it would result in probably a very different config from what you have now. I want to see if this works, and then I want to see about the other maps, if that works. I have a feeling this could fix it. I don't like to spend too much of my time just, like, screwing around with things, but occasionally I do just fix stuff by screwing around with it like this. If this works, I'm gonna be so mad. But, like, dude, this is the type of thing. I do this with everybody. Ask Spencer the amount of times I've done just, like, infuriating shit and made something work in 10 minutes that he's been working on for hours. I do expect, by the way, that this will get stuck on a few of the maps. But can we just break this 2-0 threshold, maybe? If it doesn't work here, it might still work on the other one, but it's less likely. Also, hang on. Might need to be a little more aggressive with this. Because... No, wait. Huh? Okay, no, this is correct. Yeah, this is correct. This decay factor might have to go up. I'll play with that next. Well, I'll play with the other map, and then I'll play with the decay factor. Yeah, see, this is nice and stable, and it still has some entropy left. It's just not ever seeing... It's just not ever seeing success on the third level. Gamma, since you're restoring to a state. Gamma's computed over segments, and then we're restoring to a state and then computing a full segment. So it works the same way it always has. No, Tim, it's not solving any twos. That's the problem. If it were solving any twos, then Puffer would be able to solve more. Oh, there it is. Now it's solving twos. It just got one. It's only got 48 seconds left in the learning. But that was it right there. It just got the signal. It will start learning from here if it were given a little more time. Okay, so we can play with this. I want to try this on just the 2 difficulty because it might be faster. And while this is running, I'm going to look at Valo's thing. What did I do? I screwed with your rewards. I made it so that you get instead of getting a reward the first time you move a box onto a target, you get a reward anytime a box goes onto a target, and then you get the same reward but negative when a box goes off the target. Let's go check Valo's PR. Brother's PR. Oh yeah, do I have your env merged into Puffer at all actually right now? Wait, how were we doing this before Valo? Did this is nice though. Jesus Christ, man, it keeps getting bigger. Does this have assets in it, Valo? Like, does it make sense? Should we start working off of, should we just have this in Puffer now main? Is it better? Yeah, I was pulling from your fork before. Does it make sense to just start does it make stuff to just start upstreaming things to Puffer now? You think stuff is, like, it's mature and stable enough that we should just have it in Puffer, or am I gonna get, like, a 50k line PR every week? Loaded from fork? Okay. We gotta figure something out. Gotcha. What are these .inks? .inc? Why is stuff .inc? What is that? Zolra 350. Makes sense at this point. Okay, we'll upstream it. If we get yelled at, we'll take it out. Also, put it back if you'd prefer. 10K into what is it? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll merge this, and this will motivate John to get his Fight Cave and PR in as well, and then we'll have lots of cool M's to play with. It'll be great. The GitHub UI is breaking. Good. Um, yeah, Valo, I'll merge this, but this is the one thing I found so far that's a little annoying. I don't, like, you should not have to be changing Pufferl. Also, what's this archive.h? What the fuck is this? Wait, what is this, dude? You don't need this. Huh? Yeah, what? Yeah, what is all of this, Valo? Like, this is explicitly not what we were doing with Puffer 5. This is the shitty, like, featureized representation thing. Yeah, and you're fucking with this as well? This is not even valid. Yeah, fuck. Why is it freeing all my shit as well? Yeah, whatever model you're using fucked with stuff it shouldn't have fucked with, Valo. Like, all, the stuff in curriculum, all the stuff in source should not have had to have been fucked with. This, like, made changes to my... This made changes to the core puffer. This is fine. Wait, no, this isn't here. And a puffer net. What the fuck is this? This doesn't belong here either. Yeah, this thing basically didn't understand the difference with 5 and just fucked a bunch of my stuff up. Yeah, this is a mess. The fuck? If you can just go look at like the build file and the source files, it's not that much code. It's like a few hundred lines, but it's like completely fucked with a lot of our internals for some reason. Just don't have that in here. And then I can merge this whole thing and we can start playing with it. And we'll be good. I did scroll through 80 some odd files to find that, by the way. So yeah, just careful there. Okay, look, non-zero score. This is what we wanted, non-zero score. Mm-hmm. Cool. I do really want to have the Inferno Env in here. Like, I'm super excited for this end, but you can't just break the rest of the core in the process. All right, I'm gonna let this run. I'm gonna take a few minutes break here. I'm gonna go grab my vitamins and do a couple things, and then I will be back. Hopefully, we'll see if we can figure some stuff out with Boxabon, and we will proceed from there. Yeah, before I take a quick break, for anybody new around here, um, if you want to support my work for absolutely free, I stream all of this dev and research live most days. Just puffer.ai, start the repo on GitHub. That's it. It really, really helps. Um, it basically helps companies see my stuff and hire us without me having to go spend my time advertising. So I get to spend more of my time here doing dev live. If you want to get involved with this, join the Discord. It's all open source. We have lots of contributors, including relatively new people, learning very quickly. And all my educational stuff is on X. You can follow that there. I will be right back, and I guess I'll just leave this screen up and we'll see if anything gets there. See ya. All right. Damn, still not solved, huh? Um, I do promotions when I see there are a bunch of people watching, and I'm about to take a break. Hmm, interesting. We alive? Stupid thing, man. Stupid internet. All right. Let's figure this shit out. So, I think this is closer to mazes. You know, the maze one is really weird, though, isn't it? I'm gonna try this. I really don't have much hope for this one, though. In fact, I'm just gonna put it here for now because I really don't have much hope for these params. But I think it is worth trying this briefly. We need more than a 0.002 signal to run sweeps on, I'd say. So it's worth like playing with this a little bit. And this would also just be such a nice environment to validate stuff on as well. If we get stuff working on Sokoban, that'd be. I mean, the internet DCs like every few minutes is like ridiculous. Jesus. Well, I suppose we'll see from this one. Now, that's not enough runs. Did this fail? Huh? Huh. It's just taking forever for some reason. That's weird. That's very weird. Well, we'll let it run. The -1 for failing to solve. Hmm. Mass message didn't go through. Yeah, it eats some messages. If you don't see your message up there, I'm not seeing it. I think we do want to play with. Yeah, I think we get rid of this -1 reward. He snapped out of his. I don't think he ever got LLM psychosis. I think that guy's kind of just zany to begin with. He's not like Giga LLM pilled at all, I don't think. I think he's just mad that I think he's just basically mad that a bunch of shitty, like tech Hollywood wannabes are perverting, all the stuff that he spent his life building. No, I can appreciate that. Okay, that was a point right there. It'd be so dumb if this config were the one to solve. I'd highly doubt it, but I'll try a couple other small things here as well. This might just have to be swept. It's annoying though because I don't have my tiny box. Unless I have, let me see. I asked to have it rebooted. And nope, it has not been rebooted. Annoying. Well, it's a holiday weekend. They're probably just not there. It is learning something here. You can see it, right? This is way, way higher than the random solve rate. But just barely. Okay, we're going to go back to the original one. And I'm going to get rid of this -1 reward. It's probably creating some dumb spurious correlations. Unit tests in the PR or remove them. If you want to include them, I would say stick them in the env source. Don't stick them in our top level tests. You can like go stick a test directory or like whatever in, or just a file in your like ocean/whatever env. That's fine. I mostly just want to keep this code for all the envs separate from the core puffer. Carpathy joining Anthropic's been beaten to death already. I don't know. It's whatever, man. Ocean M. Yeah, that's fine, man. You can just do that. That's fine. Okay, so this is slightly worse. It's interesting that this works at all, though, with this low prioritization coefficient. I think there is something here, right? Because this... Let me just double check. I want to see if this works at all without state sets. If this works at all without state sets, then I'm kind of just being a goober here. And it could work without state sets. Let's see. Hey. We had that level of performance without state sets. With defaults? Yeah, you should really get a lot more out of state sets. We'll have to double check. I want to see if the current version does it. And we can also try to take out the dumb, there's one reward I want to remove. So we'll just chill and do some experiments. Not that fast, though. Nobody has intuition about how the hypers work. You think you do, and then you get some crazy ass hypers that make no sense and do better. That's unfortunately how it is for now. It's one of the things I want to address. We don't really know, Tim. Um, it should. Well, I think on the maze end that we had, it was the case that we kind of just introduced something and it worked at least reasonably well. This will vary with Horizon, won't it? Mm. This Horizon is 64 on this. I mean, we really should just be able to set. Hmm. I'm gonna try something after this. Yeah, see, that's weird. It actually does kind of learn on its own a little bit. I also wonder if it'll work better with local obs. I wouldn't be surprised. So the whole thing is small enough to just do globally. Hmm. We'll play around with a few things to start. Yeah, so this is without state sets. It's actually fine. State sets should really be doing more. I mean, the thing is, we already have confirmation on the really, really hard end, so it makes sense already. Okay, that's a mute. Go away. What? Huh? This is complete garbage. LM people, stop talking about RL. You have no idea what you're doing. Alright, so this is ridiculous. So this is 0.006 with no state sets. Best of N rollouts, are they something you do? No, that's what you do when you have a stupid problem and you can't use a real algorithm. You don't do that when you're not training a stupid language model. Because it's slow as fuck. It's a great way to burn money. If you want to light money on fire, though, you could just send it on over instead. We'll use it to buy more puffer fish. Stream is muted. Yeah, that's you muting the stream. My audio is fine. Alright, so the state sets actually hurt here. So that means that we just have probably horrible settings for them. Let's play with the base form of this problem a little bit first, and then we'll try the state sets again. That'll probably be better. Just want to get our baseline. Internet. Many runs in parallel and pick the best guys. No. There is already something in Pufferlib that does an infinitely better version of that for you automatically. The best of N people, this is just like stupid LLM horseshit. Their algorithms suck, and the way that they have that problem set up forces them to use the worst algorithms you've ever seen, and then they just scale up massive amounts of compute and burn money until it works. That's how LLMs work. Like, it doesn't make sense to take any inspiration from the stuff that the LLM people are doing in RL, because the stuff that they're doing is just fucking stupid because of how constrained their problem is. Like, we have way more powerful algorithms than the LLM bros will ever have. Which is why we can do stuff like learn on one GPU in seconds. Nope, they can't be adapted. Because the way that the LLMs work, they're basically like, they're taking actions in tokens. Well, it's either you look at them as taking an action per token, which is just ridiculous credit assignment, or you look at it as actions with a just huge, ridiculously big action space. It's a mess either way. The problem's kind of just dumb. I also really haven't thought too much about them, to be honest. Like, I really just don't care about the LMRL crap going on. Okay, let's see how this works. Uh-huh. I mean, either way, Jess, like, it seems pretty clear at this point that compression type objective, so any like generative modeling type objective, it's just ridiculously compute hungry. And it doesn't seem likely that there's going to be a way to just do it, but way faster. Whereas with RL, it was never really like flop hungry, it was just dog shit engineering. Being a diffusion model help? Nope. Iron Man. I doubt he's not going to be doing any of the type of stuff I am, man. I still have a huge amount of respect for Ilya. Okay. Well, I missed a bunch of DMs, but I'll get those later. Stupid XDM system. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, Jesse. He's always trying to do out there stuff. It's good. Where do you think RL will be in a few years? Stable, mature tech that's solving a lot of actual problems. With Pufferlib doing a lot of them. What about makes Box? So Boxaban is just Sokoban. You can go look up Sokoban, play it online or whatever. And just think about trying to randomly stumble into solutions on that task, and you'll see why it's hard. It's very hard to get any initial learning signal. I think Ilya's happy just being completely unbothered doing his stuff. I think this helped a little bit, actually, just removing that extraneous reward. Yeah, Tim, this is not the type of end where you need a negative reward on terminal. -1 is like failure condition. Yeah, sure, Tim, this end is good if you take out the dumb bits, but that happens all the time, man. If I can just get this to be, like, decent enough, I'm trying... Like, look, if I can just get one good state set experiment on this, we're pretty much good. I just need, like, an actual hard, high confidence env where we kind of demonstrate set date sets and we sort of figure out the hypers a little bit more. And maybe we can tune the algorithm a little bit and we'll be good. And it's Puffer 5. This did help, though. This is now plus, I don't know, plus 50% perf. But we got some from changing the rewards. And then from this. And now 1%. This is now within range of what I think we should be able to do well with state sets. It should help, right? So if it doesn't help, something's wrong. specific part of the map. Yeah. And that is why we like games, because you don't fuck things up like that as readily. I'm going to do something you should never do, which is just guessing hyperparameters. Oh yeah, Raylib is great, man. Raylib is just the best. We are a top sponsor of the project. What am I working on? I am currently doing Sokoban, and I'm trying to see if the new Puffer 5 state setting algorithm gives us a meaningful bump in performance on this problem. It really, really should. I have not seen it help yet, which makes me a little bit suspicious about our implementation. Man, this should really work. The point that it would be very shocking if this doesn't work, and it's not like some just implementation quirk. Okay, so this I think is good, right? Hmm. Okay, hypothesis here. Maybe the Boxabun levels have less reusable structure across them than mazes. So you don't want too much of your data. You don't want too much of your data to come from curriculum, potentially, because you warp everything towards like 2 levels. Removed the BS. I will review your PR. Leak. I will click all of the files. Be one tick closing your tabs. Okay, this is not terrible, whatever. Linux. Okay. Cool. This looks fine. Cool. One 500K line. Yeah. Metal GPR. Big PR. This is the largest PR ever merged. That's actually 61K lines of code. Obviously not to Puffer Core. Puffer Core has 0 lines of code change here. It's all env. Oh, this is cool. 6. Not really helping though. Actually, is it on? I wouldn't be surprised if it's literally not on. On the size of Puffer. So I can write a community note. Envs are not included in the minimal source code count. Obviously, if we're going to just accept whatever envs, like the point is that the core is tiny. Yeah, so this is maybe a little better than before, but about the same. It should be a massive difference either way, though, which is the odd thing. I'm going to be able to play with this very soon, and that's exciting to me. I actually think that we should at least get some signs of life on Sokoban, though, before I try this on Inferno. So it's merged in, but we should get some signs of life. Here, I'll let this go look for idiot, like, fail modes first. And then we'll see. We'll see what's next. Because it's really not making any difference in performance, and that's odd. That's very odd. Stupid OBS. We're alive. And we're alive. What's wrong with this? I guess let me go run some tests on the maze, maybe? Yeah, let me go run a couple quick tests on maze. Like this, right? Welcome, everybody. To people who just got here, this is... One sec. We're currently just running some experiments on the new Puffer 5 algorithm. which is a form of explicit curriculum learning. It uses the ability to set the state of the simulator to any previously seen state, which is actually a very, very easy thing for us to add in to pretty much anything. Um, and I'm validating some of our previous maze results because we have one, what should be a very good test environment where we had very conclusive results, unless I just missed something. But they're not transferring well to another end that should be very similar. And that's not a thing that happens in Puffer. Like in Puffer, our results are very, very consistent. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. And for anybody new, please do start Puffer on GitHub. It does help us out a lot. Feed the Puffer a star. How's it been doing lately? Not bad. It's good progress. I'm letting this run basically to just make sure that we don't learn anything without state sets. If we do learn something without state sets, I'll be shocked because there's no way you learn a 2450 horizon problem like this, full sparsity, by the way, without state sets. There's just no way. I mean, if you do, the conclusion would be that Puffer 4 is already just so good that it kind of like hides the problem complexity, I guess, but I don't believe that. Yeah, so these like little there's no way, right? That's better than random. I literally swept this as well. And they couldn't find baseline that did anything. Wait, maybe I think the sweep was like 0.006. I mean, it could learn like something as basic as a directional bias, maybe, with those few samples. Kind of, yeah, Tim. I mean, this is only 121 million steps, though. Well, no, you will get random solves, but actually you can see it's not consistent. Stupid OBS. Alright, we're back. Yes, you can see it's not consistent, right? Like, it started getting a little bit of the signal, and it failed to latch on. I think this is acceptable. I'm gonna run the previous solve one more time. And we'll try this on Sokoban again. Should be very similar in some sense. Okay, there's your score. 0.001, right? So that is like 0.1% of episodes. Right? And now with this, watch the difference with Puffer 5. This should be a very convincing result, right? You'll see the difference immediately. Watch this. It takes it a few million steps to get reward. Reward is like 1 in 10 million by random chance. %60 chance to have seen it by right now. So that's only 60% chance to have seen it once. You'll probably see it by 20 mil, maybe 30. Hey, where's my random reward? If it doesn't get it, something's been broken because this worked before. But I think we're just getting unlucky. There you go. Now it'll solve. You got the reward once right there. And there, yeah, there it is again. And hang on. There you go. So now you'll see it's going up consistently. So basically, the data from that one lucky trial got into the buffer. It got replayed a bunch of times. And then it latches onto that consistently. So it literally took 30 million steps for it to get the reward once. And then from that singular lucky trial, we learned. Mazes are random, yes. They're technically sampled from a set of about 8,000. And we should learn consistently from here. So that shows you the difference, right, with Puffer 5. So why does it not work on Sokoban? I could retry these params, actually. Oh, it's a very different problem, Tim. But, like, this stuff is powerful enough that I should see something, right? Should see some signs of life. Look at this, 32%. So yeah, this works. And this actually can get up to like 70 or 80 depending on the run. Now let's try this. Built. Mess with this. It's spamming my fucking posts with all these streams, though, every time the internet blips. Maybe they'll fix it. Dude, what is wrong with this, man? Like, the last couple days, the internet's just been borderline unusable. At least for, like, high connectivity. It is somewhat odd to me. We haven't seen a single configuration that vastly improves on state sets, huh? For this problem. I mean, I suppose we just will commit the end fixes. Right? We will commit up the end fixes. And we'll have to just run a sweep on this. I guess I could try to set one up on Vast. Is that a reasonable idea? I don't hate that. Let's go see if I can make that work. My box is still going to be down for the rest of the day, I imagine, right? Yeah. And it might not even come back. Nah, I'm in Palo Alto for summer. Alright, cool. 90. What do we get? We get 4x. Yes, and we get 8x for $5. Fucking expensive. That's stupid expensive. This is decent. I think we can do something with this, right? Yeah, this is good. Get this one. Good, oops. Where'd it go? Where'd my stupid box go, man? I just had it selected. There's not really a template anymore, Convert, because like it just got simpler. There's very little now. You just kind of copy the default envs. Man, why? I guess this works. It says shitty internet though. This is not in this data center. Not terrible, but where'd my other one go, man? Just somebody rented it, I guess. That's obnoxious. This is why I own my own hardware, so I don't have to deal with this stupid thing. 48 core. I guess we'll just deal with this stupid thing. I did not select the 8. I did not select that. What the fuck? Stupid fucking site, man. Oh, wait. Huh? So did it already make this? It already created this. Whatever. Push to 5-0. I can sweep tomorrow. Yeah, I wanted to run a big sweep. Where do we SSH to this stupid thing? Connect via Jupiter. Fuck off. There we go. I think I have keys set up on this, maybe? Damn it. Oh no, I accidentally leaked my public key on stream, guys. Yeah, this didn't help. Very annoying. So I think what we'll do is we'll just do... We'll just do something like this. And I think this should be stable enough, we'll see. We also need... Don't we need the sweep config for this crap as well? We do, right? Because it's not in default yet. GPU's 1, go away. Uh-oh. Dude, why does it do this? Alright, fine. There. So we got, we have Docker? We do not have Docker. Are we in a Docker? No. We're in a Tmux. Is there, a setup for this on Vast? I think I did have one, right? NetHack, and I'll use deal open. That's global states. Yeah, Jonathan. So the simplest thing to start with would be to just use the DL open. Longer term, we'll probably want to modify stuff. I think that this is the type of thing where we could probably... I don't know. I don't know how bad the source is. The source is probably very good, actually. Yes, exactly, local structs. If you can do that without breaking the game, like, what you should do, you should pretty much be able to trace and make sure the game runs the same with your changes versus the original, Because, yeah, that's what you would want to do, ultimately. And in fact, like, eventually we're going to want to make it state settable as well. 150k lines. It should be reasonably, like, it's good code, though, isn't it? So I don't want to, like, slice it apart with stupid language models, right? Like, this is not like the RuneScape private server code where it's crap to begin with. Now, let me close this window. Okay, this is what we wanted, right? Why does it not autocomplete? Huh? What just happened? Held packages were changed. That's obnoxious as fuck. Was it dash allow change held packages? There. Blah, 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 blah. No actual research. Boring. Let's see how hard it is to get Puffer running on Vast. If it's hard, that's on me. So, like, what idiot made it so difficult to get this running? Oh wait, it's me. I'm the idiot. Okay. One cool side monitor thing. 200 million magic on League. Yeah, this is why I need boxes with better connectivity. Download still takes forever here. It is very weird to me that the state sets don't just work. I mean, I suppose... We alive? Yeah, we're alive. I pretty much just want to get this sweep set up today, honestly. I think if we could just get some reasonable results. Oh yeah, let me try one thing real quick. So if we just turn this shit off. Can we get it with full sparsity? Like if I do this, does it work? I hate being compute bound, man. Server has to go down over the long weekend. It's like annoying. Whatever. We'll run some little tests here. I've got a sweep running over here now. Why is this? Something is wrong here. Breakout, right? Why is it not giving us logs? There should be way more than now. Is it stuck somehow? That wouldn't make any sense. This is like the most stable thing we have. Hmm. So far, nothing here. All I need is like 0.005 and then we can sweep. But I don't think we're going to get it based on this. I'll be right back. All right, let's get this thing set up. The ranch that runs in sweeps have much more consistent higher scores. Wait, the branch runs in sweeps much more consistently higher scores for breakout. So, do you have the data from that sweep? Because the plot that I would want here, I can show you just based on constellation. You can do this in Wandby as well. Though constellation's very nice for this. So, like, do you see how here for the environments, you have different environments, and then you have uptime versus perf? You can do that for both of the ends if you just have them in separate folders, or on Wandby, just like uptime, perf, log scale. And that will show whether it's actually getting a better results, or like just quicker or what. Like, because ultimately the thing that we care about is the Pareto frontier, and how quickly we're converging to the Pareto frontier. I'm also a little bit confused on the PR because, like, so carbs was based on Hebo and, like, fixed some things with that, and then protein fixed a bunch of things with carbs. Like, we do have cost awareness in protein already as well. In fact, we explicitly, like, we changed the way that it does it in carbs because, like, the way that they did it was very brittle and there were a bunch of easy ways to hack it. Now, if it is a big difference, I'm very happy to, like, to try that thing out. Um, in fact, I probably should anyways, just, like, set aside a box. Maybe I'll do that with this. I do have an active one now. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that tracks. 1,200 runs. Default would take too long, so use more narrow sweep config and fewer runs. I see. Hmm. I mean, if you have some decent, like, starting point stuff, I can run bigger runs and try it on more ends. It's also just a really chunky PR, so, like, if there's a big difference, I'm very happy to go through and try to figure things out. Um, if it's a small difference, though, then basically I have to go rerun it on, like, every end. Why is it reinstalling everything, God damn it? I hate this shit, man. Why can't I just have my own hardware? Dang. Oh, that is 98 mining. That is main game. Only 30 hours to go for the last one. It's actually going to be much more than 30 hours, Valo, because I'm thinking of doing a few 100,000 day alt essence. It makes sense to bank like a few 100,000 day alt, doesn't it? If you hate RC. I was thinking of doing, what is it, Aether Runes? Cosmic Altar. They give 20 XP each, base. So you need the least amount of day alt as well. And I think it's like 130, 140k an hour with day alt. And less awful than Lava's. There's a big difference either way, Volo, because if you consider AFK 0 time, it's 1/3 of your, it's like 1/3 time save. No matter the method. Yeah, Volo, but like, something that's so AFK I can click it on my side monitor while I'm working and not even notice that I'm doing it is like, that's considered 0 time. Plus, I like having something on my side monitor. No, it's not. I've tried that. It's really obnoxious. The timings are very inconsistent. I think it's the only skill that's just like slow and there's literally no way to AFK it at all. All right, I'm just like sort of stalling here while this stupid thing sets itself up. I don't know why it's installing twice. Hopefully this works. We'll see. I This is not running more experiments, is it? Wait, hang on. No, is it? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Oh, it is running more experiments, just very slowly for some reason. Huh. All right, well, If it's going, it's going. We'll leave it. Lavas with runners. If you like spending 50 mil an hour, maybe. I think it's actually more than that. Yeah, I think it's 60 mil an hour for 4 runners. No, thank you. That literally wouldn't even be enough to do it, is the crazy thing. Like, it would literally be 2.5 bill. And it's still stupidly high effort, and that's only about twice as fast as you doing it yourself efficiently. Yeah, it's 150 with day alt, which is 0 time. A little over 150. All right, almost set up. I love paying for 4090s that run slower, 5090s that run slower than 4090s. Because the CPU is shit. Cool. You even make money with Acers? Yeah, I looked up all the things and that looked the best to me, man. You need 90 though to do it. Yeah, I figure all it will be, Vala, will be a few extra days AFK on the way to 99 mining. And I think you only need to bank, like, what, is it 300k of them? It's way worse with lavas or whatever, because you use way more day ult. And I think Aether is like 130, 140k an hour. 31 minutes. That's not bad, actually. That's about the same amount of time as before. I built the wrong end, though. It's supposed to be Boxabon. The late levels you can. There are a bunch of skills where you have to get to like 90 or whatever before you can, though. And there are a few where it's not really worth it because it's literally 1/10 of the XP AFK. And I believe sailing you have to get to 84 before you can AFK it. Oh, you just sweated all the skills. Like, it's not even that worth it, though, for a lot of them, man. I mean, the obvious one where it's really worth it is cooking. Alright, this runs, this is fast. I've successfully stalled long enough talking about whatever in order for this thing to be set up correctly. So, here's gonna be the cool thing. And I hope that this is stable. I really hope this is stable. Let me make sure I have this set up fully. So wait, how do I get out of this T-Mux without... Hang on. I need to be able to get out of this T-Mux without it SSHing. How do you get... Can you do another T-Mux in here? Is there a way to, No auto T-Mux. Okay. Perfect. Now I can do like this. Python-m pufferlib. Sweep. Boxabon. Sweep. 8 GPU sweep. Yeah? 8 GPU sweep. Look at that. That's pretty cool, right? Now they're all on. So take a look at this. So that is about $6 and change an hour. It's still very expensive for this type of machine, to be fair. But my machine is down. Let me add some credits so that I don't forget. Well, let me add some credits so this doesn't get auto-killed, because I need the results off of it. And then I will just remember tonight to, yeah, I'll just basically add credit. There we go. Put $100 on it. That should cover this run. How do I stay focused without distraction? This is not considered being focused without distraction. This is very distracted because at the moment I keep having all this idle time while I'm running little experiments and things. But while I'm deving, it's because I'm actively doing cool shit. Okay, let me make sure this is not broken. I really want to make sure that this thing is nice and stable. This 0 is just, it's between experiments, you'll see. Yeah, see, it's back already. And then if we just look in logs. Oh, actually. Yeah, you can see we already have a bunch of experiments in here. Cool. Is there anything else we can do right now, guys? Because let me think. I'm a little bit irritated, honestly, by the direction stuff has taken. So the situation right now is we have incredibly compelling results. Let me wait for the internet blip to pass. So, all right, we have incredibly compelling results for the base algorithm on an environment where it should obviously work. And, you know, it's like a very, very compelling test, right? It's on sparse mazes. And it essentially says that this type of problem can only be solved by an algorithm like this. But then we haven't really been able to get it to work well on 2048 or Boxabon. Now, we did have some initial sweep results on 2048 that were promising. That was the case, I suppose. And also, it's been difficult for us to run long enough sweeps. Like, this adds an additional 4 hyperparameters, and presumably some of the existing hyperparameters interact with it in a way that's a little bit hard to learn. I mean, I think maybe we just get a full sweep of Boxabon, and we see if anything cool comes out of this. And then if it doesn't, we really are going to have to start thinking about some stuff. How can I develop a research mindset, and how can I approach research by the right way? I have an article on that. It's not going to be a super encouraging article, mind you. But if you actually really understand and internalize this, it will save you a lot of time. The research piece of this, I'll link it in the chat. You really, really need to pay attention to the section about the way that science is done in practice and how shoddy stuff is. Like, you can't approach the field as, "Look at all these papers, these tell us what's already been done, these are accurate, and, like, how do I build on top of," like, you have to go looking for where people have gotten lazy and stuff is broken, and then you have to spot patterns for where stuff tends to be stupid and broken, and when people are trying to just push a line of reasoning that sounds nice but just doesn't work at all in practice. A lot of it really just comes down to understanding the limitations of the research process as it is done, not by like 20 incorruptible, perfectly logical scientists in a white room somewhere, um, but by a bunch of overworked grad students that are trying to hack out their next paper. It's really the best advice I can give. Yeah, we're getting nice results. Ooh, look at that. We are already getting. You see this? We are already getting some results. 0.019 perf and score. Okay, maybe we do just have to sweep it. Who knows? Maybe we do just have to sweep it. 237. It is a holiday, and I said I was going to do a shorter stream today. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can do. Take a look at the Hibo RP again. Okay, let's actually. The PR appears. Thank you very much. Let me take a look at this PR. That's actually very helpful work. Um, You can feel free to like PR yourself to the contributor list for this analysis, by the way, regardless of if this gets merged or not. Where is this? Wait, charts. Is it this one? Wait, where is... These are new now? I'm confused. Oh, here. Okay, so he has pruned more here, but he gets worse Pareto. Yeah, this is worse Pareto exploration. Reinforcement learning with robotics is effective. It's very effective, in fact. It's just that it's one of those problems where, like, you have a lot of IL data in some cases, and imitation learning is just much easier to pull off than reinforcement learning is. Also roboticists have just an awful reinforcement learning stack, and IL needs basically no stack, so you see a lot of it. This is also interesting. Look at this. It actually theirs is look at this. This is way worse sample efficiency compared to ours. So ours found faster and more sample efficient solutions, even though we're not directly optimizing sample efficiency. Now I will say that this cutoff here, those two sweeps chose to focus on different horizons. I see. Yeah, so it's not supposed to get stuck on just one horizon. That's the point, right? So it's quite possible. I mean, I believe there are definitely some improvements that can be made, but you have to be very careful with the treatment of exploring the Pareto front because, like, this is the curve that you want. The most important curve in Puffer for experiments is knowing, like, compute investment versus best performance. Vision language model. No, I don't work with big chunky pre-trained models like that. My work focuses on learning small models from scratch, incredibly efficient simulation, and then just like we have stuff where we can train on decades and even centuries worth of simulated data on one GPU from scratch. And I work on mainly fixing core algorithms, fixing core performance, and getting RL to solve problems where we can simulate stuff fast very cheaply. Yeah, this is quite nice analysis, though. Like, this is the exact type of thing we would like to have. The dot brightness. Ah, those are later in the sweep. Yeah. But so that was a problem that we had originally, right, with protein. Like, that was one of the core things that I spent time fixing. So this unfixes that, right? Because look, it's already basically at one score. So it's spending all this time trying to improve the score that's already basically maximum. Like, it's running all these experiments that are 35 plus seconds. Like, this is not helpful anymore. This is already solved. We care about pushing this frontier out this way now, right? Which is what this one does. Like, the way that that protein works, it basically tries to pick a target cost. It like picks target costs across the frontier, and it tries to run the best experiment near that cost. Do you recommend any math book to review or series of lectures before starting academic research? One moment. A reading from the Gospel of K and R. C is not a big language, and it is not well served by a big book. Thus spoke K and R. Learn some low-level dev. Learn some systems. Academia doesn't much like systems, and that's why they get nothing done. No, I actually don't. I got that copy very recently, Convert. I don't really read textbooks, to be honest with you. Um, but I did spend quite a bit of time doing and learning some systems. Cool. This is nice. Anything else for me to review today? I'm trying to think if there's, well, maybe I should just sort of talk through if there's anything else I can do. I mean, I've got the other breakout sweep going. That's probably not going to do very much, frankly. Getting my PR in soon. That's good. I'm just trying to think on state sets. Let me just open my so don't need to warm up LR. This was like meh. Was meh. We have a few items at the bottom here. AMD support PR. How big is it? How much code does this to maintain? Hang on, what is this? This is... Huh? Wait, why is the end has to be... Is it like no implicit cast or something? Why would the C have to change on AMD? And like this doesn't look like that doesn't look like AMD support to me. Okay, I think that is deterministic. Do you have any lectures or technical videos? I have lots of pieces of content. If you look mostly my articles on X, there are a few videos on the YouTube channel as well. They're for different audiences, depending on the content. Okay, I hate, like, this is Codex or Claude putting crap back in. Uh... Yeah, I'm willing to merge this, I'm willing to merge this if it is slimmed down substantially, doesn't break determinism or any of our other core stuff, and is actually reasonably efficient on AMD GPUs. Like, you know, if I can go rent an AMD box from somewhere or like test this on a multi-GPU AMD box and it's actually decent, then sure. And if it's really good, heck, I might even go buy some of the AMD boxes from Tiny. But you can't, like, this can't have a whole bunch of other crap in the PR, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of other crap now that's, like, in here. If you clean that up, then sure. Hey, Casper. Special synchronization. I see. It looked like there was a bunch of other stuff in there, though. There's also just a lot of weird extra abstraction being added to stuff. Like, I don't know why everything's a fucking class. That's awful. Like, I don't like it's adding layers to shit that where it shouldn't be adding layers to. Like, for instance, where is it? I saw, like, several things in here that's just not... Where is it? All these macro guards are a total pain in the ass. Like, this is the only place... Well, okay, I actually do understand the macro guards for this, fine. But yeah, this shit is, like... million little functions that call one-line functions. I hate this. So I'm willing to basically I'm willing to merge support if it doesn't fuck up the code. Like, we're not like deepening the stack in order to add AMD support, right? We're not gonna go, oh, GPU init, and then there's a backend that's AMD. It's just like, you know, if ROMC this, otherwise that like NVIDIA, fine. We're not deepening the stack for sure for this. All these little tiny functions. Oh, the return types. Ugh, man. I mean, it'll be on you to find a way to do it cleanly, pretty much. I would also want to know if this is, like, worth doing, right? Like, can you even get AMD GPUs on VAST? Is that a thing? Does VAST even have it? Do they have a working website, for fuck's sake? GPUs. Yeah, so they don't even have RTX on. I mean, they don't even have AMD on here. So I guess like who is this for? With performance on Nvidia? Like, okay, it's nice if you have an AMD laptop, I guess, but like if we're gonna be adding crap to Pufferlib, you know, substantial amounts of crap to Pufferlib to support a laptop, like to support people with AMD laptops, like here. Where are their prices? Here, you can get a 4080 for 20 cents an hour. And 3080 is 9 cents an hour, which is what I have in my box right here. So if we're gonna like if it's just for laptop GPUs when you can literally rent one for like pennies an hour, right? I mean, the only thing that would be useful, I would say, is like they still sell these. Like, okay, if it's gonna be useful for this, like something like this, maybe. But I think Tiny is like the only ones even doing this. So I guess it would be kind of cool to be able to do this. $5.8%. Oh, hang on. I found the problem with this. All right, we're going to try something. Wait, is it? Maybe not. I'll leave it as is for now. What programming language would you recommend for AI? Learn C. Python engineers are just problem engineers. I do want to know whether this is actually exploring shit, don't I? I could SCP it real quick. Does SCP not use dash I? Not need this. What? Still asking for password. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Okay. Lovely syntax. Lovely. Yeah, I hope it's useful to you. All right, what do we got here? Linear and compute. Okay, it is exploring this, just not very much. So this is fine then, right? Yeah, it's fine. Probably pretty biased. But this is good so far. Local struct state version of NetHack is up now. Really? That was suspiciously fast. It was very suspiciously fast. Hang on. Modified NLE. All mutable state per env. Bindings. Wait, prompt handling. What? What prompt handling? Byte tensor should work for you over the weekend. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is a 4 OPR, makes sense. Not going to be state settable yet, but this is still, okay. Oh, okay, I see. That type of prompt. Okay, I see. That's fine then. So it looks like you've copied all the obs, right? This is gonna probably be mergeable if you haven't messed with any of our core stuff. Um, Wait, why do we have seconds? Oh, okay, this is timing. That's fine. Um, the question is gonna be how many. Okay, you do have macros for this stuff. Yeah, so the question is gonna be how many of the obs do we actually need? And like, is there a reasonable way to represent them without massively blowing crap up? The architecture is going to be a little bit obnoxious, right? Because the observation space is chars. Um, so it's like very heavily a discrete encoder. There's not really any reasonable way to do that efficiently. So, presumably we could just map it to like a way lower dim space, presumably. Okay. Well, I mean, it looks like you've actually put quite a bit of time into like going through and thinking about this, so this is fine. And this is with DLSim. Wait, this is with DLSim, right? All discrete obs. Yeah, so I'll merge this as is, man. What I would like you to do for this is you should just, if you, this has already been done separately for different ends, you just basically put this into a one line in the build sh that's under nethack or whatever. So when people do build sh nethack, they get this. Test both options. Yeah, profiler is good. No, profiler is good. I realized that it was the .c when I saw it. Okay. Slurmy. Wait, something seems off here, right? Total. Yeah, these are way, yeah, a lot of obs here. So we got to figure out something to do with this. That's why it's slow. We need to get NetHack at least into the millions. Have you seen 2S CS231N? Yes, it's in my articles. If you read my other article, like my How to Get into RL, it's one of the core recommendations. I took it in person, and I did research with Justin, who was one of their first, well, was one of the creators of the course and taught it for a few years. Yeah, so I would ask if you could clean up a couple of these things. Um, this should just work with build sh local or build sh fast. Like we already have a way to do live views, interactive play. Like we already have ways to do this stuff without having to have per end versions. Oh, there's a lot of crap in here, isn't there? Yeah, but then what you'd basically do is you would just put all this stuff into the build command under just like, if env is this, you'd add these flags and it would just go into the build sh. And then we have 1 mil full utilization with double buffering, 4 mil model. Yeah, so your model's really big here, and then also you're gonna end up getting mem bound because of how big the obs are. We gotta fix that. And everybody's PR and cast dispatches today, huh? Oh wait, you did this already. This is what I was asking for. It's already done. Perfect. And it looks like the only thing that isn't done is the visualizer integration, but otherwise it's good. It's fine. Kernels. Wait, so just added a kernel? Huh? I missed something? So just randomly adds one kernel, but that's it? I mean, that's fine then. Okay, cool. Okay, very, very nice. It's going to need some work before this can be usable, though. Like, this number's got to go up. T16 is useless as well. Like, this has to go up. Model size got to go down. And probably ob size has to go down is really the big one. This is going to be fun to play with, though. Reasonable threads. It's kind of just swept per env. Like, I think that's in the sweep even. Like 8 or 16. We try not to do 16 when we can avoid it, because if you run a sweep on a multi GPU machine, you're going to run out of cores. Here, let's like get pull. NetHack in here is awesome, though. NetHactor is misconfigured. Okay, what do I have to do for this? Your building project or software, could you explain what you're doing, please? Yeah, so, well, at the moment, I'm kind of waiting because I have a bunch of experiments running. I build Pufferlib. Pufferlib is a very, very high performance library for reinforcement learning. It includes a pure CUDA implementation of our core learning algorithm. Our core learning algorithm is the base is just PPO, but then it incorporates modifications from a lot of our own research. We have very high performance environments that can simulate tens of millions of steps per second. Training can go up to 20 million steps per second on a single GPU. We make it pretty easy to add new environments. And what I'm doing at the moment is I was merging in a PR from this contributor here. Actually, that is wait. Okay, yeah, I was merging in this PR. Um, and this is something that I've been asking for a while. So awesome to see somebody did it. This is a binding for NetHack, and we're gonna get this integrated. We're gonna play around with it a little bit. And this is just like a really awesome RL environment that would be useful for research if we can get it fast enough. So this was kind of the current distraction. But in the background here, I've been setting up today some various experiments on a new algorithmic feature that we've been working on, trying to see if the implementation helps on a couple different benchmarks. I've been looking through a couple of other contributions from people on different areas of the project, and I kind of just stream all of it. Haven't seen that one. You hard coded the path. Did you hard code this? Oh, wait, no, you didn't. Hang on, then what? Oh, NetHactor is not. Hang on, this is not a folder. Yeah, this is not a folder, dude. What is this? Okay, if you can fix that, that would be appreciated. It trains a lot faster than 300K. Oh, it goes down, I see. And more time goes into the env. Hmm. Interesting, it jumps around. Do we know how well this thing trains? Like, do you know what score this thing gets? Is it any, like, is it comparable to anything? I'm honestly surprised it trains this fast with those massive obs. This is using 40 gigs of RAM as well, which is pretty unheard of for a puffer env. It's all from the obs. Episode length can change a lot. Yeah, so it's probably the resets are slower or something. I mean, if you can just run some basic experiments on this thing and like figure out if we can do something with a subset of the obs or like a small subset or something, maybe get us an encoding that makes some sense. We can sweep this and we can like this is workable, honestly. It's not that far off from being like puffer level perf. Obviously 57% env time sucks, but I think the env time now also includes GPU time, like transfer from env to GPU. So this is including transferring the obs to the card, I think. No, don't add an action mask, Jess, damn it. But this is cool. Let me actually just send a pretty screenshot of this to friend of mine. Let me just friend of mine's going to be very happy about this. Oop. OBS. We live? YouTube reconnects cleanly at least. All right. $450K on the 5090 is like reasonable. Okay, this is sketchy as hell. Why is the RAM usage going up, man? Does your env leak, man? I think your env leaks. I'm killing this before it OOMs my desktop, and and it takes it offline. So look, can you maybe just check on some things, eh? I will say I'm very, very happy to see this PR. Like, NetHack will be an amazing, amazing RL environment, but it's got to be fast, it's got to be stable, it's got to have reasonable obs, yada, 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 right? This will be a huge contribution, though, if you're able to polish it up. I'll be very happy to have it. Like, look, I literally, a friend has already replied. Like, yeah. Cool. Anything else I should look at? Let's see. We got, this. All running, we're good. Replied to you in bots. Failed to create task for container. Oh. Yeah, that might need to be, University of Michigan? What? No. My undergrad is Stanford. PhD is at MIT. Yeah, thank you very much for the PRs, and yeah, I look forward to getting the fixes. I think that's everything for the time being, right? We'll leave this one like this. Got a couple sweeps going. This I don't want to do till tomorrow. This is fine. Yeah, I think the only thing left is like, why aren't we doing better immediately? Um, I'm gonna have to do some thinking about the core algorithm and whether it makes sense to run ablations on the maze or what. Hopefully, though, we can figure something reasonable out. Maybe I need to sweep mazes. Maybe I need to sweep something else. We'll see. I think I'm gonna call it for today, though. It is a holiday. It's 5 hour stream is good for that. I'm a bit tired today as well, so I'll get some rest. For folks watching, um, yeah, for folks watching, if you're new around here, please take a moment to star Puffer on GitHub. I know it's one of those really small things, but this helps me a ton. Companies see Puffer because of this, and then I don't have to spend my time advertising, and I get to spend my time here doing dev. You can join Discord to get involved with the project. As you see, we have lots of contributors doing all sorts of cool things. And you can follow me on X for more reinforcement learning content. All my educational articles are there as well. Share the link. Buffer.ai. Thank y'all.